Good morning, Jet. Oh, good morning. You know what the funniest part about these streams are? I am not a morning person. I am not. I like sleeping in and staying up late. Napper? I do nap. They do call me the napper. Good morning, chat. It's a beautiful day here in Kansas. The sun is up. Well, coming up, I should say. It's a bit chilly this morning. We'll see how that stays. I've got my hoodie on. I've got a breakfast bar here. I've got a squad of Terminators that we need to paint. I'll show you something I noticed while I was, I misclicked on something on the Warhammer website. And I guess it shouldn't surprise me that this is the case, but they've already rebranded the Paint Warhammer section to their new pots, which I guess makes sense, but... Chaos or regular Terbies? Regular. They've been staring at me. Ultimately, the rebrand doesn't matter. What matters is they're still using those awful pots. It was like 70 degrees on Monday. Dude, the weather's fucked up. And people are gonna look at you in the face and be like, yeah, climate change is not real. Yeah, idiot. It used to not get 70 degrees and then like 30 the next day. Like, that's not a thing. The only article from today, we got Warhammer news. We're just looking at Titan art. Very cool. Very cool art. Let's be real. I don't really like Titans all that much. It's not anything except I hate that they're just like the hunchbacked. I don't know. We had a whole discussion about mecha, I think like 2 streams ago. I'm a big fan of Japanese mecha. That said, though, this art is sick. Florida's currently in the worst drought in a decade. Nah, brother. Climate change ain't real. Warhound Titans, my loathed. I hate them. No, Lou, you and I are on the exact same wavelength. Gundam way more my jam than Mech Warrior. I do not like Mech Warrior. I think those mechs look dumb. If you're gonna have a mech, why make it look dumb? Why not give it a laser sword? I'm currently listening to the Horus Heresy book, Titan Death. It's probably my least favorite Horus Heresy book. Yeah. Yeah. And marks the end of our journey to the galleries of the 41st millennium, but why stop here? We got the mortal realms to visit next, so we're kicking off things next week with the Shining Stormcast Eternals. Oh! Oh! This was just the appetizer for the main course next week. Oh my god! Just wait until Mortis. Same Titan bullshit. The Stormcast art is going to be interesting because the art has really changed for Stormcast throughout the years. Has anybody made... Okay, I know there's that website that's, it has... It's like a collection of 40K art. And it does have, like, the artists listed and stuff like that. Has anybody made that for AOS yet? Even throughout that decade, I assume? Oh, yeah, 100%. Like, Whoa. That's too loud. That's too quiet. Nothing is ever satisfying to me. Old map of the Mortal Realms. No. Where's the really old one? There it is. Look at this. Excuse me. I'm still a little sneezy. You know what I probably need? I probably need to replace my air filter. Thank you, Chad. Thank you, Chad. So this is the old realm map from, like, first edition. And you can see... What the fuck is going on? What is this? What is happening? It's crazy. It's very hard to follow. What's this 40K site called? I think it's just called 40K Gallery. 40K Gallery. Yep. Age of Sigmar Gallery. Nope. So, if we look at that, compared to now, this is a more modern map of Act Sheet. This is, okay. Same place, different maps. Let's look. Okay, first edition. I think this is from third. First edition, third. Now, you know what's awesome? I was talking about this in the Discord yesterday. Do you know what the cool thing about the landscape of Age of Sigmar is? It is actively changing. There is new shit all the time. For example, map of Gur. Okay. So this is Gur, the realm of beasts. This is where, like, all the orcs and dragons and shit hang out, right? Literally, the landscape is eating itself. And all throughout 3rd edition, we would get updates of, like, oh, here's a new map of Gur, where this part of this landmass is developing a claw, so it can take a chunk out of this continent, in which case it'll start forming a maw to bite the other continent. It's crazy! It's such a cool setting! And people will look at me with a fucking blank expression and blink one eye at a time and go like, but AOS is worse than Warhammer Fantasy. It's a different thing. It's a different thing. It's a different thing. They can be different things. I like the old world. I also like Age of Sigmar. You can like dude, oh boy, 2 cakes. That's me. My hungry ass is over here going, oh boy, 2 cakes. The Lost Librarian reads, hello, welcome. Yeah, we're just getting started. I've got my breakfast bar here. I'm still waking up. But which one is the better cake? They're both, like, the same cake. Just one is, like, more fancy. They both taste, like, exactly the same. They're both great, but one just looks fancier. Excuse me for my disgusting bodily functions. I'm just real sneezy. Wouldn't one be older? One would be older, sure, but like you still bite it and you go, "Oh damn, this is fucking great." You know how like some foods, some baked goods are like a little better if they're kind of stale? Like some cookies are like that, you know what I'm talking about? Like that. but with this cake. And we're all sitting here going like, damn, that's kind of good. Also, did you know that one of the suns around Akshi is literally a gigantic dragon that's held around a sun? She's a god beast. Let's read a little bit about Ignax. What? Dude, this is what I'm saying. The fucking setting is insane. The setting is so crazy. Ignax, also known as the Solar Drake, is a zodiac god beast and the daughter of Volcatrix. At the beginning of the Realm Gate Wars, Ignax was an orange-yellow giant located above the Ashlands, bound to the land of the Chained Sun to act as the eternal sun of the Flame Worlds. AOS is lore gumbo. It is, because you're like, what is this? And you take another spoonful and you go, damn, what was that? And then you take another spoonful, you go, oh, there was something interesting in that. Oh my god, oh, you just keep going, man. Ignax fights Nagendra, the father of serpents, to control over the heartlands of the realm. Although victorious, she is exhausted by the battle. And then she's bound, made a bargain with Grugni, the forge god, to forge god chains, and then the great tethers to bind Ignax. Exhausted by her victory over Nagendra, Grimnir captures and shackles Ignax so that his people always have light and fire as the son of the flame world. She is bound to the land with great tethers through lava-fueled steam winches, ensuring that night would never arrive. Rumors say that if it did, the fires of Akshi itself would be extinguished. And then Archaon was like, oh, dead ass, and like tried to go. Look at this shit, bro. This is the coolest shit ever. I was talking yesterday with Destructive Midnight and Salaskin in the Age of Sigmar chat. I was like, the average old world plot is like, I sure do hope we can win this battle inside this fortress. Oh no, the Skaven are coming. The average AOS plot is like, an evil god has awoken and is actively throwing a sun to us. We need to assemble our alien riders and get dragons made of stars to counteract it. It's crazy. I love all the Imperial Terminators models. Old, new, rank and file, or heroes. All are great. I agree. I think Terminators... I used to really hate how Terminators looked. But now I really like them. So their parent dragon killed Grimnir? Yes. So here's the... Here's the basic lore summary of this. Sigmar and his pantheon are chilling, right? Chaos hasn't arrived to the mortal realms yet. So what, you just changed your mind? No, it grew on me. So Sigmar and his pantheon are hanging out, and Grimnir is like, I need to kill something, Sigmar. I'm gonna go on a killing spree and kill a bunch of god beasts and shit. And Sigmar's like, okay, I'll see you in like 2 weeks. And Grimnir's like, yeah. And he leaves, right? And then like a week goes by, and a messenger comes by and goes, hey, Sigmar, yeah? You know Grimnir? Yeah, he's dead. What? What? Huh? Yeah. Volcatrix, they killed each other in their battle. What? Look at this shit. This is fucking crazy. Huh? What do you mean he died? What do you mean? Oh, it's so awesome. Bullshit, humans don't grow. What do you mean you can't grow and change as a person? He fought what? Dude, I'm telling you, Age of Sigmar is so fucking crazy. I would equate the old world, vibes-wise, something similar to like The Witcher. Whereas AOS is far closer to something like D&D. And that's not a bad thing. It's just like equivalencies. If you like both those things, hello, me, oh boy, 2 cakes. To shreds, you say. You're having a great time, you know? But it's all about, like, I totally get when people go like, oh yeah, I fuck with old world, like, aesthetically or, like, vibes-wise way more. I see some people going like, but I can't care about these realms that are so expansive. And I would raise, like, well, do you care about anything that happens in 40K? Because the Imperium has 1,000,000 worlds, you know what I mean? Only the D&D is post 3rd edition, aka Cursed Times. I'm definitely a D&D newbie. So Grimnir's axes are 100% lost to oblivion, aren't they? Until further notice, no idea where they're at. Can I? Is there just like an art page? Artwork. I don't know how Lexiconum works, to be honest with you. I just use it to find sources. AOS reminds me of Viking stories, always bigger and better and more batshit as you go. I mean, I just think it's cool that, like, you have that difference of, like, old world is like, okay, the gods are real, maybe. They are real. But the average person is like, yeah, Sigmar might have been real or might have not, who knows, because so much time has passed. Whereas, like, AOS is like, oh yeah, you mean Sigmar? Yeah, I talked to him, like, Wednesday. He was chill as fuck. WarhammerArt.com. WarhammerArt.com. No, 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 no. This is actually quite useful. I wish they would list. My one problem is I want them to list the fucking artist so that if I put it in a video, I could be like, hey, yo, look. Oh, they do! Never mind! Ah! Look at this shit. When I'm mogging. Who made this? Francois Cotu? Probably one of my favorite pieces of AOS ever. The Gloomspite gets book cover. Oh my god. Like, look at it! It's so perfect! I really fuck with AOS's, like... Catherine O'Connor. Dude! Uncropped too? They do. Oh, this is very handy. Thank you very much, Mark. Thank you. This is very, very, very useful. Dude, like, oh my god. Yep, Alex Boyd. Dude. Like, it's just so cool. Every battle in AOS feels like Helm's Deep. And now you could say, like, well, I personally feel that Old World feels like that. And they are. But I feel that because the races in AOS are far more likely to work together more often. Like, it's like every realm is more of a melting pot in terms of the races that live there. Fuck yeah. Who made this? Thomas Elliott. Oh, yes. I love Squig. Alex Boyd. Alex Boyd, my goat. Alex Boyd once again. God motherfucking damn, bro. I love the, what would you say that? What would you say that color is? Teal? Yeah. I love the teal fire. The reason why my brain took a second to process that is because I was like, I don't think I've ever said the words teal fire before. Your message got censored, so I don't know. Some of the old Eldar pieces on this site are... Dude, this is awesome. The Celestant Prime. Okay, do y'all agree with me? Who is this? Igor Sidornico. Do you guys agree with my and many other people's idea that the Celestant Prime is Karl Franz? The melting pot is so unnatural, and old world Hylians hate the Bretonnians, who hate the Imperials. Apollonians hate everyone. Yeah. Who else would it be? I don't know. I've seen some people say that it's not. That it's not Karl Franz, but I don't know. It feels to me that all of the winks and the nods are like, it's maybe Karl Franz. Kevin Chin made this excellent Gloomspite Gits art. Very big fan of his face. Narratively, everything seems to be pointing to it is Karl Franz. I mean, he's got the Warhammer. More than that, Pandora. The Celestant Prime was inactive until the hammer was put into his hands. I kind of want to assemble some Stormcast, but we're not going to go too long today. And I mean that. I mean that. I mean it. Oh, Kevin Chin with, again, some of my favorite art. This is from the Cursed City, which was like the previous Warhammer quest before the new one, Darkwater. God, look at that art. Look at that art. Look at that art. Look at that art. That's amazing. I saw somebody on the Soulblight Gravelords Reddit yesterday or the day before paint their Soulblight like this box art, and it looked so cool. It looked so cool. Hold on. I'm gonna see if I can find it. I'm shocked you didn't know about this site. It's a merch site. I didn't think it would actually credit the artists. I'm gonna be 100% with you. I found it. This is from user Cyber. Look at that. Look at that, dude. That's awesome. That's so cool. That's so cool. That's so awesome. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Incredible, right? That's amazing. It reminds me of Darkest Dungeon, you know what I mean? Like, ah, fantastic. There's Kragnos, the disappointment of 3rd edition. Manlet von Karstein. At least his mount is cool. I liked the vampire demon. Well, it's not even a vampire demon. It's one of the, what is it, like one of the Tomb King's religion beasts. Basically, like, this thing was supposed to be in the underworld for the Tomb Kings of Khemri. It was supposed to be like part of their afterlife ceremony. But because Nagash turned off death, they eventually starved and went crazy, and then Nagash swooped in, was like, lol, 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 I make you into cat. I fucking hate Nagash. Like, fun hate. The Drip Master himself. Sorry. I just want Death Rattle to be an entire faction. Well, luckily for you, they kind of are. You can run a pure Death Rattle army, and it is extremely viable. You can play the Army of Renown. You can play just the detachment that really goes into them. He's kind of drawn with like almost a 5 o'clock shadow. He looks very tired. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Oh. Who made this? Lewis Jones. Lewis Jones, I applaud you. God damn. Awesome. Awesome miniature. Awesome art of the miniature. Amazing. Fantastic. This is what Slaanesh is about. Fuck the whole like, yeah, sex, whatever, who cares? Move that along. That's boring. Now this is excess. Look up the Cathay art. True. The Yangshan Ko with this excellent art of Miao Ying. Liu Shanko again. Dude. Liu Shanko again, dude. Is this artist just a god? Like, holy fuck. This. Whoo. All of these that we have seen of Miao Ying and her dad and her mom. Amazing art. Like, jaw-dropping gorgeous. All the Cathay art so far has been amazing. Oh, man. I totally get when people are like, I don't really fuck with Old World, but I fuck with the Cathay model, so I'm just gonna play Cities of Sigmar. And just use Cathay models. Fuck it. Plus 500 social credit? Yeah. Yeah, dude. Fucking awesome. So cool. So cool. I'm so happy Cathay is a new thing. I've seen some people go like, meh, it's not as grimdark or whatever. I'm like, okay, I feel like this is similar to the Tau thing, where people go like, meh, it's not grimdark, and it's like they're just not reading what is happening in the actual text. You know what I mean? Like they're looking at it on the surface, but they're not digging any further than that. Oh, the age of apostasy. Yeah, man. People think Asians can't be grimdark. That's a very funny thing to say. That's a very funny sentence. Hello, Sean. Welcome. We're just browsing through some art as I wake up. Ooh, I wanted to go see that High Fleet Behemoth. I gotta say, as much as I love High Fleet Behemoth's scheme, this one from, what was this, like, 2nd edition or something? No, not 2nd edition. It's like from 3rd or 4th or something. This is from Adrian Smith. Motherfucker, we made Berserk. That's true. There's something about this Behemoth scheme that I absolutely adore. It looks... like, obviously it's less colorful, and so it's not as cartoonish. But I don't say cartoonish as, like, a negative. Like, Space Marines are cartoonish when you look at them. They're bright, bold colors. But there's obviously a different style. A Null Maiden? From John Blanche, 2003. Huh. Very different style. Fuegan by Mikhail Xavier. Noli my maiden till I blank. Oh, I'm so happy that they actually credit the artists on this site. That's very nice. This is obviously not all of the art, which is a shame. But that's why, you know, that's why reverse image searching and, like, looking for sources and stuff. Like, there was a Magnus piece that I'm using for the video. I can't remember which one it is, but I was, like, desperately trying to find who the hell fucking made it. I eventually did, and it wasn't because of this site or any other, but I just, like, kept reverse image searching until I found the dude's Instagram. Oh my god! This is it. This is the piece we were talking about yesterday. Okay. This is supposed to be black armor, but there was a weird printing error, and so it looks really, really dark green. And that's why the Dark Angels have dark green armor. This is it. Are you making the Terminators as Ultramarines like Marnius Calgar? Or sorry, Carnius Malgar. I can't. Go back a page? What do you want to see? There was an Iron Hand one. Oh, the flesh is weak. Oh, yeah. Yes, dude. Who made this? Pedro Nunez. Yo, chat, what have I missed? Nothing much. Waking up. Getting ready to paint. We're just looking at some cool Warhammer art. Get the creative juices flowing, you know what I mean? Man, the Iron Hands look sick. They are, and they get no lore. So most of it has to be headcanon, and that's okay. They've got their clans. They've got their own thing going on. How unique their chapter is in its culture should have way more than it actually does. And I'll tell you, the only people to blame is not GW. It is, in fact, us, the fan base. And I'll tell you why. Because Black Library authors have literally said, hey guys, if you want more attention on X, Y, or Z, you need to actually buy it. And be very loud about how much you want to see that thing, because otherwise GW is going to be like, oh, nobody really cares about this Iron Hands book, so we're just going to not really do any more of those. Now, we all here, I'm sure we can agree, can say Iron Hands are cool, and they've got some really interesting ideas. That being said, there's not a lot. And the thing that you see online is not, boy, I really want more Iron Hands stuff. It's, man, Iron Hands have nothing. Which I feel, to me, is sending the wrong message to GW. That's not the case. But you know what I mean. Like, I could totally see some CEO, some fucking dickhead going like, well, you see, they're just complaining that there isn't any. AKA read the drop site book, buy the drop site book, lol, lol, lol. Oh, yeah, the drop site book. Yeah. Oh, okay, so we need more Salamanders and Raven Guard stories. Yeah, for sure. I can only scream Exodite so loud before the cops are called. Yeah. Paul Dainton. Oh, Eric. Although I think Eric changed his profile. I think it's now an orc with a Grey Knight helmet, which is very funny. This is from Phil Moss. Great. Fantastic art. Love it. Love it a lot. Ava, I wanted to start... Ava, I started reading Horus Rising because you recommended it a few streams ago, and it's great, so just wanted to say thanks. No problem. Listen, I will always recommend books, even if I have not personally read them, but I know enough in my brainscape to go, literally everybody I've talked to has gone, yeah, I started reading Horus Rising. It's fucking awesome. This one I'm not so hot on that one. They look like to be credited artist. Well, they're just mocking, bro. That's just model rips? Yeah. There's a Leviathan box. Chat, you excited for orcs? Excited for orcs in 11th? I'm excited for orcs. Oh. Rip Chiron. Yeah. Yeah. Space Marine Conquest Apocalypse from Neil Roberts. Was this one of those games that you would, like, buy at a Target or a Barnes & Noble? What was this? Space Marine Conquest Apocalypse. What was this? It was a book. Huh. Oh, it's Josh Reynolds' book. It had the anchorite. I guess my brain went to, like, you never really see Space Marine chapters working together. Oh, fuck everything we're talking about. Dude, fuck painting the regular Terminators we're painting today. Nah. We need that Space Crusade. Yes, dude, yes. Yes, man, yes. Hold on. Space Crusade. Oh, dude. Please don't fucking copyright this VOD.
Space Crusade takes you into warp space to fight the force of chaos. Deep in a parallel universe where nightmares are real. Space Crusade, the ultimate adventure game where...
Sorry. On 21.95?
Game where you must use all your skill and weaponry.
Plasma gun, dreadnought.
To battle through infested starships, emerge the victor, and win the highest rank. The ultimate encounter is here. Space Crusade.
Dreadnought! Dreadnought! Oh, man. Alex Boyd, my goat. I missed all that because an ad came on? I'm sorry. I unironically love it? Oh, of course. It's perfect. This is why when people go like, Warhammer isn't goofy. Yes, it fucking is. It's always been goofy. It's fucking clown shoes, bro. It's fucking... It's so goofy. Alright, chat. That 80s Muppeted Gene Stealer? Dreadnought! I'm gonna be thinking about it all fucking day, bro. Plasma gun! Dreadnought! Might be the most British sounding child I've ever heard, actually. The one that went, plasma gun! The desk is preparing. Also, the mini for the Dreadnought itself, yeesh. Listen. Back in my day, we had to make our own dreadnoughts out of cardboard and hope. I was a more British sounding child than that. Oh! Please, sir, may I have a crumpet? Sorry, that's very... okay. Let me get the camera set up. Is my darling awake? She is not. It's like 7 for her right now, so she's probably still asleep a little bit. Sorry, my camera is very odd today. One moment. Like the stand got loose. This should be fine though. Okay. I must say, your voice sounds so cheery while the artwork for the starting soon screen looks tired and out of it. I'm waking up. Chat, we're doing Terminators today. We painted a Terminator a while ago, like last week, I think, and had a great time. It was my first Primaris. Well, not Primaris, but you get the idea. It's the new Terminators. Had a great time with it. I quite liked it. I have here the rest of the squad. Regular guy with bolter, and I went with the missile launcher lad over here because I don't know, I think that's really neat. And we obviously have the sergeant with no helmet because I'm not gonna paint the red helmet with the white stripe. I just didn't want to. Also, personally speaking, I feel that the Terminator armor with no helmet makes way more sense to me than like regular Sergeant with regular Tacticus armor having no helmet, because you're literally surrounded by armor, but also Space Marines, so if he gets fucking shot head on in the face, then yeah, of course they're dumb. Why are they black? You can't just ask people that. These are primed. So usually when you're painting models, you want to have a primer on, and the primer is so that it gives the paint something to stick to. If we just went over bare plastic, it would eventually stick on, but you would need so many coats of paint. I've seen many people make tutorials. I even saw a video recommended to me that I haven't seen it yet, but I saw somebody going like, oh, well, you don't need to prime your miniatures. It's all a lie. It's all a big myth. And I think that's interesting to say that, because I don't think that's true at all. Personally speaking, I have always primed my minis. I've never had a problem with priming my minis. And again, the purpose is to just get a base coat, or, well, it's to give something the paint to stick to, but it could also serve as a base coat, which is the case for our Chaos Marines. This is a Marine that we painted 2 days ago, a Legionary. Very happy how he came out. Yesterday we started late, but we spent the day painting this Chaos Possessed, and he is fully dry now. His armor is properly dusty. Very happy how he came out. Look at those nice edge highlights that have faded as well as the like they faded into the armor. One second, I'm just trying to make it focus on it. Because this is here. Very, very, very happy how it came out. He looks a little more dusty than our regular Legionary friend, and that's honestly perfect. Here we have an Ultramarine that he is killed. Ultramarine looks very, very dirty. Very, very cool. And a very different look to what we're going to be going with for the Terminators. As you can see, I have a Carnius Malgar here. It's a captain with Gravis armor. It's totally not Marnius Calgar. But you can see how different the... I'm trying to find like a flat blue. Oh, the backpack would be good. But look at the difference in the blue here. And that's all based on the wash that we use. This is way cleaner. This is way dirtier. Very fun. Very, very cool. Can I see the unprimed model? This is an example of an unprimed model. It's just bare plastic. It's just straight gray plastic. Sometimes it's resin, which is the case for this one. This is because of the 3D print. It's a custom character that somebody paid money to have made. And we will paint her at some point in the future. She's going to be basically a Space Wolf Terminator armor that has fallen to Slaanesh. I also almost forgot about the eyeballs that we made on the back of the backpack. Very gross, very icky. Anyway. Today, we're painting Ultramarines again. I'm not gonna be doing so much of a tutorial, but if anybody has questions, obviously please ask them. Especially if you're like, what the hell are you doing, or why are you doing that? But first, we need some water. So I will be right back. Is the camera out of focus on purpose? No. It's because it is a phone camera. So it automatically wants to focus on pretty much hands or skin. It does not want to focus on the little toy I'm holding in my hands. Which is annoying. But with that being said... let's get started. I've got my paper towel here. I have my brushes. I'm just gonna get it a little wet, a little damp. And we're starting with burnt sienna. We're doing the whole squad today. We might not finish today, but I want to get to a point where we at least have the blue armor done. Be doing batch painting. Yes. We're gonna go down a conveyor belt. I'm also using this opportunity as we're doing this very rough base coat to cover any places that the primer missed. Because I primed all 5 of these guys at the same time. So I want to make sure I'm getting into those little cracks and stuff. If I miss 1 or 2 spots, really not that big a deal. But still, it's nice, you know? Oh, see, like the primer completely missed this part. But there's still a little bit on there. So I might go a little thicker when applying some paint on there just to make sure it really gets and sticks. But ultimately, though, especially when it comes to the undersides of the armor, don't worry too much about it. How long have you been painting? 4 years now? Yeah, about 4 years. So not terribly long. And as you can see, like, some professional painters are probably, like, if they ever saw this, they'd be like, oh, look at these basic techniques. I really like techniques and paint schemes that have very low bars of entry, but very high skill ceilings. Because I think there's beauty in simplicity. Not to say, like, minimalism is, like, my favorite thing in the world, because truly it's not. I do like complexity, but I do think there is such a thing as too much complexity. Like, I'll be entirely honest, when I see things like really, really complicated non-metallic metal, I think it looks cool, and I think there is a lot of value in very complicated, very, very fancy non-metallic metal, but also there is a part of me that goes, but why? You know? Is it just to flex? Because that I get. But I've seen some painting that I'm like, technically and like application wise, this is amazing. But as a subjective viewer of the piece, I don't really like it. I think it's doing too much. I thought these were blueberries. They are. This is the end result. Those orange shadows are going to still show up on the paint after we do everything. You can really see it, kind of, if the light will work with me here. Hold on. I think you can see it on your screen now. Hold on. I can't wait for the better light to get here. But you can see, like, here, or... Gosh, the camera just really is not working with me today. Basically, this is to simulate dirt that is accumulated in the armor cracks. And when we eventually put layers and layers of blue on it, the stuff that we don't reach with the blue will remain this orange burnt sienna color, which will act as a dirt. It, like, subconsciously when we look at it, we'll go, oh, there's dirt clumped up there. Especially since we're going to be basing these guys in a Nevada-ish desert. And I will be using burnt sienna, same pigment as this, as pigment powder for their feet. It's really going to blend in. And subconsciously, when we see that, we're going to go, oh, yeah, they're on this base. They're, like, it's a immersion thing, you know what I mean? But as we cover more and more of this model, be it with blues yeah, just with blues in just a minute, we're going to be covering less and less. Like right now, I'm hitting 99% of the mini. And then the next step, we're going to be hitting like 90%. And then after that, we're going to be hitting like 80. And then, you know, we just go from there. I just like having colored shadows to create a mood. And this one is purely just to immerse us into the basing scheme that we're eventually going to have, which again is like a deserty planet. I'm kind of envisioning like Armageddon. The Ultramarines have been deployed to Armageddon to help with some orcish invasion. And uh-oh, look who else is here. It's Chaos. I'm trying to keep these initial coats of the burnt sienna pretty smooth because these are not the armor panels yet. This is just pure dirt in the shadows. Ooh, a little bit came off there. That's okay. Gotta be a little more gentle. Alright. Ava, if you could have your own Warhammer chessboard, which two factions would you want as the pieces? They don't have to match, and they don't have to be from 40k AOS or Fantasy, just two Warhammer factions on the same board. Bretonia. That's it. Bretonia and Bretonia. I'm just gonna sit down. I love the idea of paying two armies that are fighting each other. Yep. That's why I want to do this for the Black Legion as well. It's going to be the same exact basing. And I think it's going to look really cool when we're all done. It's also why I've been so hard on making the Black Legion guys look way dustier. Because I keep saying, like, these guys are chaos. They're not going to have the same equipment resources or supplies that the Astartes have. So they're going to look worse for wear. But also, I don't want the Ultramarines to look all squeaky clean either. I want them to be a little dirty. Now, could you just prime these guys in burnt sienna? Yeah, if you had an airbrush. I don't know if they make a burnt sienna primer. Could you prime them in a different color? Yes, you'll get a different results at the end. But yes, you absolutely could. If you wanted a more vivid look, you could prime them or do this step in a dark purple. Purple is a great shadow color. Purple is a fantastic shadow color for, like, most things, too. When in doubt, if you want shadows that have a color, use purple. Okay. That step is done. My favorite shade paint is Drakenhof Nightshade. That's like almost an indigo, right? Or is that a blue? Like a dark blue. You could base it a really, really dark blue. Absolutely. Yeah. Dark blue is an excellent color. Especially when you start getting into how do you want your shadows to look. You typically want to have cold shadows because in our minds, shadows are cold. They're going to be colder colors. And basically what that means is how far on the color wheel are you going to blue? Okay. Checking back with the sergeant. Now that it's dried, we have this really matte, really ruddy looking brown. Brownish orange, obviously. And what we're going to do now is we're going to still establish some shadows with dark gray blue. And I have a specific brush I use for this. We're still going to be overbrushing. Hi, Ava. Which faction did you... I'm assuming that's a typo for wish. What do you think... What do you wish had more lore? That's a hard one. Wish for more lore. Wish for more lore. More lore. Exodites are pretty cool. I like the idea of Eldar riding dinosaurs. I'm more of a Khorne guy, but red blooders with purple shadows also look great. 100%. Because you have cold shadow, and then the red is, well, depending on what kind of shade of red you do, it could be warm, it could be cold, but that also depends on, do you want more of a crimson or more of a scarlet red? Toward orange, you're getting more towards scarlet. Toward, like, pink, you're getting more of a crimson. I recently painted a big fat pit fiend demon for my husband's D&D campaign, and I used a red shade paint, and it gave some really weird, unnatural look. So what I did for the demon skin here is, for the skin, we made it a flesh tone, and then we washed it with a red, and then we washed it with a purple, and then we dry brushed the skin shade on top, and then a much paler skin shade on top of that. And if you look closely, you can see, like, let me get the lighting a bit better. You can see those tones still sort of shining through in, like, really subtle way. It makes it look more like skin. Because skin is not just one solid shade. Excuse me, sorry. More lore for Tyranids, please. I feel like you can only go so far for Tyranids. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze again, I'm sorry. Yeah, I think I just need a new air filter. I think that's what it is. Hi, Ava. Much love to you and Carrie. So glad she's gotten so much support. It made this big guy cry seeing the situation go so well. I mean, you heard her. She was crying. I was struggling not to cry in that thank you video. I'll tell you what. But I was like, if we both just cry, I'm going to have to edit all this out, and I don't want to. I don't want to edit this. I don't want to edit my darling fucking, like, bawling her eyes out. What faction is getting eaten first, Grey Knights or Chaos Demons? I don't know. I don't think Chaos Demons is going to get a Codex. I don't think Chaos Demons are going to get their Codex. I don't think they are even going to get a Codex for 11th edition. I'm more than happy to be proven wrong. But I feel like now that all the Mono Legions have their own... the Mono God Legions have their own books, I feel like we're just going to see them absorb the demons into them. I want to get Chaos Terminators, even though they are so shit in Emperor's Children. I want to have Clawed Boys to sculpt some tubes and vials so they have needle claws with drugs. Always go for the models you think are coolest. It does not matter if they're good. Obviously, like, looking for advice on what models, like, because you're, like, obviously you want them to be good. It feels bad when you paint a new mini that you really, really love, and then you're like, aw, it sucks. Like, that's terrible, but, like, you know what I mean. Warhammer has a excellent video talking about, well, it's based on magic, but it's still a great video, talking about the types of players in tabletop games. And if I remember right, it's like, you can be a Timmy or a Johnny or a, I can't remember. But basically, it's like there are different types of players that are like broad strokes of like, what is the thing that attracts you to this game? Is it playing big, cool models that you like? Is it you've made a list that's really weird and you're like, this shouldn't work, but I found like this, like I've been experimenting for months on this, you know what I mean? We still want this coat to be relatively smooth, but I'm not too worried if it's like kind of fugly. If some cracks still have orange in them, like the head here, that's great. That's where the dust has accumulated, you know? I'm choosing right now where I want the blue to be and where I want the dust to stay. the end of this process that we're doing on the blue armor here, any burnt sienna at this point that is still showing will be there at the end. So if you don't want some on a particular piece, get rid of it. Cover it in that dark gray blue. Now, honestly, if you're making some Crimson Fists or even a Librarian, this blue is perfect. Stop here. Do you like one more highlight? You're done. But like that's a great like navy dark blue, you know? I'm also going back and checking a few places just to like cover any part. I'm more concerned about the sergeant, frankly, than I am any other troop in this, because like, you know, when people are looking at this squad, they're going to be looking at, oh, well, there's the sergeant. The sergeant's like the, not character, but he's like a mini character, you know? New Terminators are twice as big than the ones I have. Yep. They are big. They are now like actual scale of Space Marines. Say what you will about, I like Firstborn better. I like Primaris better. I think Primaris are now finally the actual size of Space Marines, because before they look kind of dinky. They're kind of dinky looking. Now with their new proportions and everything, they look like, oh, that's a Space Marine. That's what a Space Marine would look like in real life. I think the Firstborn Marines look really cute. I think they're adorable. And I do like the Mark 7 helmets, don't get me wrong. But if we're talking about scale, Primaris all the way. Been here 20 or 30 minutes. It got 3 ads. What the hell, YouTube? Dude, YouTube pisses me off. For many reasons. Primaris just looks more fun to paint. That's subjective. After all, like, there are people who paint Space Marines and they go, I hate every single thing about this. Space Marines are just shapes that are blank canvases. They're all curves. Like, you can really see it here. Is like the only... like, nothing about them is straight. Ha 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 ha. I'm very funny. And correct. Said it on a couple streams, but I seriously cannot recommend Pro Acryl enough. I'd love to officially endorse their products. So until then, these paints are shit. Don't buy them. Pro Acryl. Monument Hobbies. Give me money. Give me money. No, they're great products. I really like the company. I like the the materials, the paints they produce. I like their consistency. I love their finish. Probably my favorite finish on any paints I use, because they're very, 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 very matte. I like matte colors. Satin, meh. Gloss, God, Jesus Christ, get out of here. Just want to get that little speck there. That's fine. Good. We're gonna do a teeny bit more on the sergeant. Again, we're more concerned with how the sergeant looks, but also just how the unit looks on the table. I shouldn't be too worried though. I just want to make sure that the main part of this is getting rid of any orange that I don't want to be on there. Checking the undersides. Particularly around the chest. Okay. Okay. Gonna wash off our brush. Now paint them salamanders green. Speaking of colored shadows. Salamanders, if you want like a really interesting looking scheme, have their shadows be purple, or a dark blue, or an indigo or something. That'll give them more of a cold thing, but if you want more of a warm tone, you could go a brown. You could even do this step. You could do this burnt sienna, and then move it up to the, like, whatever greens you wanted. What is it? Warpstone glow is like what people use, or like some sort of equivalent. You're basically working yourself up to yellow-green when you're working with salamanders. Personally, I don't really like that look for them. I much prefer their heresy scheme where it's like a dark, more desaturated green. Do you think this technique is doable with bone white, thinking for my Deathwing? Yes, absolutely. This sienna, and then you put some bone color over that. Oh my god, that's gonna look awesome. That's gonna look sick. Like, just imagine this blue, but bone white now, and you've got those, like, dark... The main thing is you want the shadow color to be darker than the color you're gonna end with. You know? I'm actually gonna touch up this little piece here, because I just don't like how that looks. Remember, you are in control of your paint scheme. So if there's something that you're like, oh, I'm not a fan of that, fix it. I want the inside of this guy's hood to be this blue. Doesn't have to be a perfect blue, but I wanted it more blue than it was. Good, because I want my angels as dark as possible, called dark angels for a reason. Well, you could paint them black. Smiles. Looks at camp, smiles. I'm curious as to what it would look like with a red undertone and green on top, or if it would be ugly as fuck, so don't do it. You would want a red-brown. You would want like a dark, dark, dark red, and then get your greens on top. Yeah, that would look really cool, because if you look at a color wheel, what colors contrast each other? Green, red. Why do you think red helmets on Ultramarines, Blood Angels, what have you, why do you think they have green lenses? Because it contrasts. It's way more striking. The cost of Warhammer is the number one reason I don't paint new miniatures or participate in the tabletop. 100%. Totally fair. That would make them the Fallen. Yes. Smiles, looks at camera. Smiles, looks at camera. I like my 50-50 mix of black and Caliban green. Yeah, I think the Dark Angels being like a really, really, really dark green, almost to where it is black, that looks awesome. That looks great. Dark wine red. Mm-hmm. You could even go for like a dark burgundy and then start working up your greens. That would look sick. Okay. Blue. Pants. Blue. Pro acryl. This is going to be our main color. This is our main color. Now for this, we are starting to think about volumetric highlights, and we're starting to work on texture. So I'm grabbing this ELF brush. This is a concealer brush. I'm grabbing this, and we're going to be targeting places that we want to be in the light. I'm going to make sure that the brush is a little damp, because despite the name being dry brushing, you want the brush to be damp, not completely dry. Just work the water into the bristles. If it's just kind of cold to the touch, that's where you want it. My Bear's Children paint scheme is dark purple blending into fluorescent rose pink, black trim, gold trim for characters. Jesus, that's complicated, but it sounds awesome. Pretty sure I've seen the red undercoat, but that was because the artist went with OSL, fire, and lava. Yeah. When you're thinking of undercoating, try to think of either contrast or the environment. So, for example, this didn't really have an undercoat. We just went from, like, black and then did the flesh and then the armor and stuff. You could see it on yesterday's stream. But because of the wash that we did, the enamel wash from Villainy Inc., it gives this, on purpose, it gives this dusty appearance, so that when these guys are together and they're all based up and they have the same basing materials and stuff, they're going to look like they belong in the same place. And when they're on the table together, it's going to be like, oh my gosh, you know? Blue. Oh yeah, for anybody new, chat hates it when I bring up the color wheel. They hate it. They're like, stop talking about color theory. What do you think the best way to get a friend into Warhammer is, if they have any interest whatsoever? Do you know how to get people out of Warhammer? If somebody goes, I'm not really into Warhammer, and then you go, no, but like, look at this thing. Don't do that. That is the #1 way to get somebody to never give a fuck about this hobby. Honestly, like, and this is going to be a little hard to hear for some people, you have to wait for them to come to you. If they're interested in video games, maybe suggest like, yo, you want to play something like Space Marine? It's really fun, like, kind of hack and slash. Like, you get to, like, fight a bunch of hordes and stuff. It's really fun. But you have to wait for them to come to you. Suggesting things, like, if they're like, oh, man, I really need a book to read. Be like, oh, yo, there's, like, this cool book about these robots called The Infinite Divine. If they're like, is that a Warhammer book? Be like, yeah, but it's really good. Like, it's perfect for people who aren't into Warhammer. And they'll be like, interesting. Okay, I'm starting to get more careful around the legs because that's where we're gonna really start to do our highlighting, our volumetric highlighting, that is. I'm not going to touch the underside of the arm. Why? It's in shadow. Okay, but for this leg, though, we're going to... Because it's out like this, we're not going to touch the inner part of it. So we're just going to very lightly... I'm very lightly touching it. Maybe a little more paint on the brush. We're going to stipple more where we want that light to be. And try to create like a gradient of this blue. But yeah, in terms of getting somebody into Warhammer, they need to have an interest, period. This is why I think it's so funny when some people, some fucking morons comment on our stuff like, oh, she clearly doesn't care, talking about Carrie. Oh, she, like, clearly doesn't care, bro. Like, she came to me going, I want to learn more about Warhammer, and I started talking about it, and she was like, you know what's great? Why don't we record this? And I was like, oh my god, you're a genius. And now here we are. So I laugh when people go like, clearly Carrie doesn't give a fuck about Warhammer. Like, clearly you don't know my girlfriend. So, like, try to see the gradient on that leg there. You see how it goes from that dark blue? Like, look here. You can literally see it go from, like, the orange, ruddy brown, dark blue, blue. It gives us this cool volumetric highlight that we're only going to push further. Oh yeah, let's do a comparison. Look at that jump in value. I should go a little further on the feet. It's very clear from watching the videos that she does like learning about Warhammer. She likes learning, period. But it's just really funny when it was like, she clearly doesn't care. I'm like, this is some incel-ass comments. Like, bro. That's crazy. But no, my number one piece of advice for anybody wanting to get their friend or their partner into Warhammer is that your partner needs to have any interest in Warhammer at all. And maybe if they're not, like, fucking with 40k, maybe show some stuff from fantasy. That might get them. I mean, Carrie, like, it's a running joke on the podcast where, like, we talk about stuff from fantasy or AOS, and she's like, what the fuck you mean we started with fucking Space Marines? I'm like, yeah. It's what pays the big bucks, though. People love the 40k. Very thankful that Carrie had that idea because, like, you know, it's made me learn a lot more about Warhammer. I try to remind people when I remember to, or when people bring it up, like, I am also learning with Carrie. Every episode, I'm learning more stuff about these factions and these characters that I did not know previously. I've never claimed to be a Warhammer expert or anything, but, like, you know, there are some people who come by and go, like, you should know literally everything about the lore. I'm like, that's, like, impossible. Like, it's constantly changing. It's constantly getting updates and retcons and, like, you know, like, some people would say, like, well, you should be, like, dedicated to learning, like, everything about that. And I try to be. Look at that comparison of the blue between the chest and the legs. Like, that's insane, right? It's damn near impossible to learn everything about the lore because there's just so much of it. And again, it's always changing. It's always getting elaborated on, or things are being revealed, or whatever, you know? It's ridiculous to say you should know everything about the lore. And I think it's ridiculous to watch a lore podcast that is meant for people just getting into the series or the setting to, like, cover every single detail. I think it's ridiculous. Or not to, like, make mistakes or get things wrong. I said custodians are, like, heroes, and they're, like, very nice, which is, like, not incorrect to certain individuals or factions, but, like, generally speaking, that's not really the case. But you know what I mean. I'm not too worried about the feat itself, just because, like, we're going to be covering this in pigment powder. Not today, but when I actually get the pigment powder and the basing materials I want, we will. And it'll look really cool. I didn't shade this leg, like, at all. Because it's facing down. People gotta touch grass, it's a hobby. I'm not lore omnipotent yet, SMH. Most 40k fans would probably just laugh at people who say, well, you don't know all the lore. I mean, like, it's silly. What would be better for Cathay? Orange/purple glow or like a rusty bronze metal color? I mean, honestly, go with whatever you think looks coolest. I understand that's not very helpful as like an answer, but it's truly what I believe. Now, for those who are familiar with painting, you might be going like, Ava, aren't you building up texture? Yes. I am building up texture. I think that texture looks awesome on a miniature, especially Space Marines, because they're so flat that if you just make the armor all flat, it looks... It's not very interesting to look at, in my opinion. I am only hitting it on the downstrokes as well when I'm doing this dry brushing step. But primarily, I am stippling. I want that texture. I think the texture looks good. Easy way to make some, like, cool looking weathering on your miniature. That's not too much. You know, it doesn't look like it's... This poor fella. But if you like how that looks, well, I recommend you go check out our video from yesterday. Not video, stream from yesterday. You can see how I did that Ultramarine. It was basically the same steps as this. But then instead of the wash we're going to do, once we're all done with the blue here, I picked a different color. I picked a different wash. What a Guardsman artillery team, and I primed it yesterday. I've never painted anything other than Space Marines. Any tip for something small like Guardsmen? Stop when you're happy. I've never painted guardsmen before, but I have painted cultists. And I'll tell you what, those little fuckers are detailed. I mean, like, I can only give so much advice as I have not painted them, but, like, frankly, just, it's the same motions. Just try not to go crazy with all the tiny details. If there's a shortcut you can take, you should take it. I find it really hard to follow or learn from painting tutorials for miniatures when the artist uses like 13 paints from 9 different brands or more, i.e. Ninjon. I mean, Ninjon has his style. I mean, I would just say, like, if you don't... I think there is always something of value to be learned from any tutorial, even if it's one that ultimately you do not like the look of at the end of the day. I don't really like Ninjon's art style. And that's not anything against him. It's just, I don't like the art style. I agree with you. I don't like using, like, 18 different paints from, like, 25 different brands. I understand that to someone who is a painter and has been doing it for, like, a decade, that's like, well, yeah, of course you would have, like, 18 different brands and, like, 25,000 paints. To somebody who is just getting into it, you gotta be more simple. That's sort of what I want to really nail while I'm doing these streams and eventually, like, making YouTube videos about painting, is to show people, like, you don't need to be complicated to make it look good, you know? It can just be basic. It can be simple. How many boxes are left? Well, we've got 3 of the 4 Terminators in the squad left. They're blue, at least, but they're not finished with the blue. I'm actually gonna be cleaning off my brush really quick just to get some of the pigment out. Unless you're talking about the Legion boxes, in which case there are still quite a bit of Legions to build, or Legionaries, I should say. Wait a minute, this isn't chaos. Ew. I wanted to paint some Terminators. I had a fun time painting my first one. I wanted to paint some more. Ultimately, I don't think there's anything wrong with a majority of Warhammer or just miniature painters online. Especially when, like, I see sometimes people go like, well, I don't like that they use clickbait. It's like, because they need that to survive. They need that to eat. That's why, like, you see tutorials of, like, I painted a full army in 24 hours, or Games Workshop's paint scheme looks like shit, but mine is awesome, you know? Like, they need that clickbait to live, because that's what gets people to click on the video, and that's how they get their money so that they can keep living. You know, like, it's just the way of things. It's the YouTuber thing. You'll see trends come and go. You'll see people praising the trend. You'll see YouTubers going like, this trend sucks. You'll see people parroting those trends and people going like, I think this sucks for these reasons. And you're like, I've literally watched the same exact video that you're quoting from and pretending like that's your own opinion. You'll see it all with enough time. No, I'm not gonna say any names, but I remember during the whole, like, slap chop craze, like, there were a ton of painter YouTubers who were like, slap chop is shit, try my method instead. And one of them that was the funniest to me was a guy painted a model, and at the end of it, he was like, my method is far like, the entire thesis was, the way I'm going to paint this is easier and looks better than the slap chop underpainting method. And at the end of it, basically he just painted the model normally and was just acting like it was this new revolutionary thing. And I was like, well, this is clearly a bit, right? It wasn't. And I was like, that's... I thought you were talking about the slap chop infomercial. No, so that's the name that caught on, but it is like it's just underpainting. It's just a funny mainstream name for it. It's just underpainting. You start with, well, how it was pitched and how a lot of people do it is they start from a black undercoat, and then they dry brush a gray, and then they dry brush a white, and then they use transparent paints on top of that to get, like, the shading already done. You know what I mean? And that's a really cool way. And there are some people, myself included, who think that, like most techniques, it is a low entry, but a low skill entry, but an insanely high skill ceiling. You know what I mean? Like, I've seen some people start with a slap chop style painting tutorial, and then it ends and it's non-metallic metal. And it looks great. And it looks amazing. And I think that's just to say, like, it depends what you do with it. But to, like, generalize a tool, a painting technique as, this is bad because XYZ, I think that's really kind of elitist. Like, it's fine to be like, I don't like this painting method. That's fine. But I remember seeing a bunch of YouTubers going, a bunch of miniature painters going like, this sucks because XYZ, I don't like it, yada, yada, yada. And I just don't get it. Because, like, if that's what people are doing to paint their minis and get them on the table, then who cares? If someone is happier with their little slap-chopped miniature, and it doesn't look the best, but it doesn't look bad, it's not unpainted, then who gives a shit? Who cares? Does this person have models that they're happy with? Yes? Then it's none of my damn business how they painted them. I can subjectively go like, yeah, it doesn't look great, or I wouldn't paint it like that. But are they happy? Then who am I to say that it's bad technique? I saw a video of a dude criticizing cutting technique. Wait, what do you mean? Elaborate. Next clip, like, Numbskull's video. Carrie is no longer my girlfriend. Proceeds to show wedding photos. Dude, I have a clickbait in the chamber, and you're not ready for it, and I'm not gonna say it here. It's a surprise. All right. So everything, the first two steps were just shadow colors. This is the first main armor color. Here's the second main armor color. This is where we're going to really start thinking about lighting. We've done our shadows. Now we got to do some lights. Me, the noble lion. You, the slap-chopped monkey. Wild painting process, base coat only. Lol. Lol, 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 lol. Like, I don't know. I think elitism is the enemy of art. As well as perfection. Perfection is the enemy of good. But I think elitism is the enemy of art. I do not understand being like, this model is objectively bad because XYZ, XYZ, XYZ. I don't care. Did the person who painted, are they happy? Are their models painted? Yes? Then who cares? What the? Where's your backpack? It fell off. He lost his backpack. We'll put that on later. I just looked over. I was like, what the? For whatever reason, people gotta turn everything to a competitive sport. Well, I can spend 8 hours glazing this ultramarine, and it'll look 1,000 times better than what Ava is doing. Yeah, you probably could. I don't give a fuck. Like, cool. Like, I'm glad that makes you happy. I'm glad that you have a model on the table. But I'm over here army painting, bro. I'm not going for Golden Demon. And if you want to go for Golden Demon, that's great. I'm actually going to go back to blue for a second. Just a teeny amount of blue. Because I remember something I wanted to do. This missile lad here. I do want to paint the little actual, like, missile targeting device. I don't know what you would call this. I don't know what any of this shit is. But I'm sure that somebody, either watching the VOD or on the live stream right now, is going like, that's the Adeptus Targeticus. It's a targeting system. It uses the souls of babies in order to function. I'm gonna go, really? That's interesting. But I am using a brush just to cover some parts I don't want that orange anymore. Look, I'm doing that thing. I'm doing that thing where I'm glazing. I can do it. I have done it. I've painted an ultramarine in the heavy metal style. And at the end of it, do you know what I said? I said, A, I don't like how this looks actually, and B, I could never paint a full army like that. Probably Auspex targeting, probably controlled by the helmet. Yep. This helmet. I can't wait to paint these. But we'll get there. We're at the second to last step for the armor. We're gonna do sky blue, but first I need to use the washroom. Ava glazing ultramarines, I'm shocked. I just like the color blue. I like the color blue. So as you can see here, what we're gonna do is that we're gonna cover, so we've covered like 95% of the armor. The 5% being the burnt sienna in the shadows, in like the crevices and like where the dirt has accumulated. And the other is the dark blue here. Again, look at this gradient here. So like dirt, dark blue here. In fact, I'm going to cover that in dark blue again. How are you going to paint the sergeant's head? Carefully. Very carefully. I'll show you how. It won't be that hard, but I will show you. So I don't like the dirt that's built up here. I don't like that. And if you like that, that's awesome. I'm actually just going to cover it with that dark blue. Cover a little bit of this too. Once again, I'm taking extra care on the sergeant because he is the leader of the squad. But the plan for the sergeant is pretty much going to be once the blue armor and everything is done, we're going to go in, paint the face, wash the face, relayer the face, paint the helmet, paint the metallics. Like, it's going to be a little more complicated for the sergeant, but that's only just because his head is, like, you know, there. Is he another Guayla in blue face? Guayla! You can't do that. That's not okay, Guayla. What are you doing, man? All right, I'll be right back, chat. I am back. I love the helmetless Termies. It'd be such an easy shot, like they're big walls with a circle in the middle. Yeah. I don't like this. I like this. Cool, awesome. I support your opinions. In the meantime, I am removing this thing I don't like. Like, literally. I know there's a lot of people who are like, I don't like Primaris Marines. And, like, all you do... Dude, it feels like, What's the one cartoon with the blue guy and the kid who's a sailor? Flapjack? I think it's Flapjack. But it feels like the character from Flapjack going like, you might have Primaris Marines, but it's gonna take more than that to impress. Firstborn helmet on a Primaris Marine, a Mark 7 helmet on a Primaris Marine. Ooh! Like, that's all it is. That's all it takes. It usually just comes down to the helmet. You might have the Warhammer community convinced, but it's gonna take more than that for me to buy Primaris. Ooh! Cheaton has called out the White House. Wait, base Cheaton? Cheaton, my love? My beloved? What did Cheaton say? In 36 years, I have never cut myself cutting away from me, but my thumb has created a heel-like layer because of all the garden and farm work. Damn. Based Cheaton. Cheaton's always been based. Where are my... Ah. That's where they are. I was wondering where my normal dry brushes I use for these are, and they're over here. I haven't been using the right ones. No. No, I'm a fool. I'm a fool and a charlatan. A moron. I'm a moron. Dude, all day yesterday, I was like looking at my brushes going like, I feel like I had a different brush for this. Oh my God. And I was doing it today and I was like, wait a minute. Where are my dry brushes I usually use? They're right here. They're right here, man. Oh man, that's crazy. That's so fucking funny. Well, it hasn't caused too much of a problem, you know? Alright. I'm gonna wet this. Here's how much I'm wetting it. Watch this. You see how much water's on there? And then I'm going to my paper towel. And I'm just rubbing. And I want to get to the point where it feels a little cold on my hand. That's it. Sky blue. Uh-oh. It exploded a little bit, but that's okay. Alright. So if we covered, like, 90% of the miniature last time, we're going to cover, like... What would you say? Like 80 or 70? Let's get it started. I need it to be a little drier. We're specifically aiming for parts that are aiming at the sky. We're imagining a sky over this fine lad of Ultramar. I'm stippling, I'm dry brushing, and when I'm dry brushing, I'm always hitting it on the down. Not up, down. Except for then. Because I needed to go against the shape. Gradually build up that color. So that blue was basically our mid-tone. This is going to be our highlight color, but also pretty much the main color of the armor. I like the bright blue. I think it looks good. I like it. I like it a lot. See that texture we're making? That's exactly what we want. That is exactly what we want, baby. If I do streak, I'm immediately stippling to, like, disperse it. Let's look at that comparison. Let's look at the arms. Compare the arms to each other. You see that? Scarab Occult Terminators better than regular Chaos Termies? I am inclined to agree. I think Chaos Termies are cool, don't get me wrong. But I just think, like, they're kind of small. I don't really like that. They have no drip! This Termy has a funny face. Huh! You know? I'm starting light, but then I get much heavier, like in my actual pressure that I'm applying. When I get to places I want to be like in the light source, you know what I mean? This is fine. I'm gonna switch to a smaller brush, actually. Hey, Caked Up, what's up? Disagree, Ava? I think the tusks are baller. Oh, don't get me wrong. I think the tusks are awesome. I think my main problem with Chaos Terminators is that compared to a lot of other minis, especially in the CSM range, they're kind of small. Because the idea is that they are the same Terminators from the Siege of Terra, which would make them the same size as these Terminators. And they're not. They are noticeably smaller. I will show you in just a minute. It's like I gotta get the pigment out of here. Here we go. Oh, where are my termies? You see how this guy on the right is like noticeably taller? Now you could say that's from him lurching forward, but like, I don't know, man. He's still taller. .5'11" versus 6 foot. True, true. I'm gonna be so real with you. I almost completely forgot about the tilt shield. Platypus, I don't know why your comment made me think of like an Imperium Manosphere podcast. Here's 5 tips how to pick up AdMech women. Number 1, get rid of your flesh. Number 1, bone mashing. Number 1, like he just can't count higher than 1. Are Centurions firstborn only? The current unit, yes, but there is a good theory that they're gonna get a refresh in 11th in the new box. Don't take my word on that. I don't actually know. Nobody actually knows. But what I am saying is, if you really like how the Centurions look, maybe grab them. Unless you hate how they look, like me. I do not like Centurions. Somewhere in the world, Paul is bad at stuff, has just had a heart attack. He feels a disturbance. Posting on Grimdank, YouTuber confirmed Centurion recent. God. Dude, we should make up some headcanon lore and just like start talking about it as if it's real. Like the whole Angron and Yarick thing, and just see how far it goes. That'd be awesome. I went a little too far here. We can fix that. I'll show you how to fix that sort of thing. Isn't that how all Warhammer lore works? No. I'm taking some blue that was still on the palette, and I'm just gonna very gently and that's it. I really like the fan theory that Tybros the Red Wake is one of the Lost Primarchs. I hate that theory. And that's not me, like, trying to shit on you. I hate that theory because it's based on literally nothing. It's just, oh, he's a head taller than a Terminator. Oh, no, he's just kind of big. People are like, he must be a Primarch. It's like, no! That doesn't mean anything. In the fucking Uriel Ventress books, there's a guy on his squad who has to get like his armor modified because he's fucking huge. Is he a Lost Primarch? No. That's the sergeant. Let's do a comparison. Do you see how aggressively we can push those shadows? You see how different he looks? It's crazy, right? Look how flat this one looks compared to this guy. In fact, I'm gonna do a little more. Sometimes people just be big. Plainly, Andre the Giant was one of the lost Primarchs. True. Me, when I'm walking around and I see a guy who's taller than me. You can tell me, are you one of the lost Primarchs? What? It's okay, you can tell me. Tell you what, if the lore of the Lost Primarchs ever gets elaborated on, I think I would not like that. I dislike, more than anything out of the Horus Heresy, I dislike the elaboration on things that feel mythological. Or like, I don't know, it feels like if you were playing a FromSoft game and there were like obvious like mysteries set in place. And then like game sequel comes out and it's like, here's every single answer. Like, oh, thanks? Sorry, I'm doing a bad job keeping it centered. I apologize. I love how Malkador put Horus into the dirt. Nearly put Horus into the dirt when he tried to talk about one of them. Yup. Like, even the lore of, like, how that worked is kind of inconsistent. Because, like, if some are like, oh yeah, they got, like, mind wiped. But then, like, clearly some of them know what the fuck happened. So, like, did they just mind wipe some of the Primarchs but not the others? Like, I don't know. I don't want to know anything about it. I don't care. The only lore thing I've been, like, actually kind of, like, on lately was the Grey Knights thing. The learning what was in the box. Because, like, I just don't know what the purpose of revealing that was. I saw some people going like, oh, it's like building up to something. It's like, I don't think it is. I think maybe there were like people in the studio going like, yo, this codex is sauceless. Add some sauce. And they're like, I've got you. So with all this little texture, like to our eyes, it looks like the paint is either like molting or starting to chip off. And to me, that makes a lot of sense. You know, it being... they're at war. Why would they be spick and span and clean? Do you like the Resident Evil games? Yes. I don't typically play them, though. It's just not a thing that I play. I'll watch playthroughs, for sure. We're going pretty bright for this, and some of you might be like, this is getting a little too bright for Ultramarines for my taste. Do not worry. Do not fear, do not fear. You can really see the effect in action, especially on this knee pad here. You see that? You can see all the tones that we've put in place. We've got the dark blue here. In the mid-tone, we have a bit of that blue. And then the top, I really focused on that sky blue, giving us this really cool result. Last one for this step. Nikea was unenforceable from the start. I mean, I literally mentioned in the episode that's going to be coming out soon. The edict was never officially lifted. Meaning, everybody just went, oh yeah, that thing of like no psychers, yeah, fuck that. We need them. Turns out, when you're having a war where you're dealing with demons, having some wizards is pretty good. I always think about that conversation that Horus has with the Interrex, where they're like talking about their faster than light travel of going through the warp. And the Interrex is like, well, how have you dealt with chaos? And Horus is like, what? The Interrex goes, oh my god. Oh my god, you don't know. How? And then there's another conversation that, well, not really a conversation, but Eldrad has a great moment where he's trying to talk Fulgrim out of picking up the Blade of Laer. And Fulgrim is obviously being very hoity-toity about it. And Eldrad has a moment where he's like, of fucking course they're picking you guys. You're fucking stupid. Of course Chaos is gunning for you. Khorne wanted the Blood Angels bad. Disagree. I think that's a fan theory. Every single legion that fell to their respective god, the seeds of those gods, like the Talons, were established from the start. None of the Chaos Gods had to settle for anything. I thought Nurgle wanted someone else. Yeah, maybe. But the point of what I'm saying is all of the Chaos Gods eventually got what they really wanted, which was a Chaos Primarch. A champion. Both mortal and immortal. I'd have the wolves fall to Khorne. Khorne did try to corrupt Dorne. I mean, if you got a shot, take it. White, blue. There's multiple scenes in the Horus Heresy books about the Blood Angels resisting Khorne's influence. No, I'm combating specifically the idea that the Chaos Gods, any of them, had to settle for what they got. They all got what they wanted. Okay, so for this guy, the first Terminator here, we went a little hard on the dry brushing. We're gonna go a lot lighter this time. Is it Khorne or the GNC defect? That is a possibility. How are we gonna do this? Okay, I'm thinking we dry brush the stuff on. Then we do his face. Then we do the red parts of the helmet. Then we do the metallics. All the metallics. Well, we gotta black out some stuff first. Okay, let's black out the stuff and then we'll go from there. You can really see the nice transition in the crack of the armor there. Also, like, there's a bunch of dust in there. But frankly, on the tabletop, you're not going to see it. Nurgle sent an offer to Purdy. He refused. Again, if you've got a shot, take it. But I don't think there's any evidence to say, like, the Chaos God's like, okay, I guess I'll take Mortarion. I personally feel empathy towards Perturabo. I don't. I think he's a fucking idiot. Now, granted, I think that's because his book, in my opinion, puts him in a very bad light. I think Perturabo's really interesting, and I do feel a lot of empathy for him as long as I have no idea what the fuck he's thinking. If I don't have his personal monologue, oh my god, I get it. But the second I have, like, what he's actually thinking, I hate him. I hate him. I hate him. God, he's so annoying. None of the gods put their eggs in one basket. One was the goal, but if they got several, they would have been great for that. Exactly. The Chaos Gods are always trying to win the great game. And if that means, yo, I can get a legion... I can get one more legion other than my siblings. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. I'm going for it. Oh god, we gotta get the fuck out of here. We gotta get out of this song. It's the ancient Greece theme. Now let's change gears. Hold up. Do you think Zinch still does you just lost the game? Maybe. White blue. Smallest brush I have. We're aiming for the edges only. I don't want streakiness. Now make them kiss. Brother. Mwah. 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 Don't tell the Primarch. Don't tell him. It's okay, chat. They're cousins. They're not related at all. Hey, chat. What skin tone do we want to make this guy? Black? Mediterranean, make him tan. Okay. Ah, yes, the Darktide sirens. Darktide fans, when the music is literally just a guy screaming. Fuck yeah! Dude, this shit bangs! I'm bitches, that's me. What do you think of aggressor squads? I think they look awesome. I'd love to have some. But, looking at their data sheet, not a fan of their rules, to be totally honest. I'd like something that is paired with twin bolter gauntlets on Power Fist to hit a little harder in melee, but that's just a me thing. By the way, chat, if I miss a question, feel free to repost it. Like, don't spam, obviously, but, like, if it's been, like, a couple minutes and I obviously haven't seen it, let me know. You have locked the fuck in. Yeah, this step I like to take a bit of caution with. Just because, like, we went so heavy on the dry brushing on the first Termi, and I did not really like how it turned out. So I'm just being very careful with this one. Feet, we're not too worried about. Let's do a comparison. Working on my own Chaos Armies, Red Corsairs, I'm discovering being incredibly inefficient. That's part of the learning process. Comparison. Now you're gonna be like, this sergeant is way too bright. Don't worry. We're gonna fix that. It's all part of the process. We are in the ugly phase. We're deep in the ugly phase. There's always an ugly phase. Every single miniature, every single art project you do, there will be an ugly phase. I promise you that. Ultra Magines. Yes, sir. Or ma'am. Or they, them. Mother them. This is my first time with Space Marines, normally a Sisters player, so I'm used to being slow. Fair enough. You'll get there, I'm sure. I mean, if you paint Sisters, you're already painting something more complicated than Space Marines. Let me tell you. Honestly, though, if you want to learn how to paint a Space Marine, genuinely, Terminators are probably the best place to start. They're big. They're not very detailed. As in, like, they don't have a lot of greebles and stuff on them. Like, the most greebles on this guy is, like, that purity seal. That's about it. Ava, do you know of the Phoenix Lords? I believe so. But at the top of my head, I cannot tell you anything about them. Do you just want a Power Fist for the whole squad, no other melee? You have the option of Power Fist or Chain Fist. That's it. And these guys... I don't know. I just kind of wanted to give them all just regular-ass Power Fists. I didn't really want to paint a Chain Fist, to be honest with you. Dude, I wish I could play Yaya Ding Dong like 800 times in a row on this stream. But then YouTube will nuke the VOD. Uh-oh. That's no bueno. Oh, no! A disaster has occurred. We're fine. It's that easy, baby. White elbows should have used more low. He's ashy. No. You don't want to be ashy. All the other Marines are going to make fun of him. I'll let us see more of their own artwork or book series or something. I hope we get Eldar and Space Marine 3 in some way. Just some idea of immortalized armor is interesting. Eldar are awesome. And the fact that many people boil them down to elves in space is unfortunate. Hi, I did that. But then, you know, upon looking further into their lore, you find out, like, what do you mean all their technology is powered by motherfucking ghosts? That's the coolest thing I've ever heard. They're elves in space plus Japan. Yeah, but, like, there's more than that. Not much more, mind you, but, like, that's the broad strokes. Last one. The most complicated one. Oh, I'm so excited. Stretching. You know what I do need? I need some water. Yeah, the way that Eldar do the path thing is really cool. I like their path system. And I really want to talk about it. I don't know if I could fit that into a... Well, no, I could. Because we've already done like a... Here's the origin of the Eldar and the origin of Slaanesh. We've already covered that part. We don't need to cover it again. So I'd like to talk about like Eldari society. Alright. I'm gonna go get some water for myself, so I'll be right back. You know what I love? Water that doesn't taste like chlorine. It's pretty cool. I did something. I added like a little highlight. I think I want that highlight on the other ones too. So I'm going to take a little teeny tiny bit. Get like all of it off. And then just, well, I didn't even highlight these really all that much. Yeah. A little less on this one. Okay. Last Terminator. Let's do it. Chad, I hope you enjoy these streams. I enjoy making them. I enjoy y'all discussing like hobbies and stuff in chat. I think it's cool that we're able to just like chill out. You know? Playing video games and stuff on stream is really fun, don't get me wrong, but there is something about just like having a little project. And, like, I know a majority of you, because, you know, you've told me, have me on just like in the background while you're like cleaning or doing something else. A lot of people on the the podcast talk about that. They'll comment like, I watch you guys to fall, excuse me, oh my goodness, fall asleep, or like while they're, you know, I think that's awesome. I think that's very sweet. So I hope you enjoy the time that we spend together. That sounds so parasocial. I hope you enjoy all the time we spend together. You, the one listening to the girl reading this, is my favorite person in the world. No, but you know what I mean. I like just vibing. Having a little project. Just being able to focus and work on something. Even when you're done with the stream, look in Games General for something special. That might not be for a while. Like, I understand that we're going, like, pretty fast on this project, but, there's still quite a bit to do. Like, the main reason why this is taking so long, compared to our other streams, is just because we're painting 5. We're painting 5 Terminators, like, that's a lot. Well, we're painting 4. We already painted the 5th one on an earlier stream. I think 5 Terminators from Prime to Blue is pretty quick. Yeah, I just don't know where I would want to stop today. It's almost 12. We'll go for another hour. How about that? Chat, yell at me if it's like 1 p.m. Because I do have some stuff I need to do today. I don't want to go for too long. It's 10 minutes to what? No, I mean my time. So, like, an hour and 9 minutes from now. I love how the rusty bolters look. I'll try that when my starter kit finally gets here. Dude, take this. So, obviously, ignore the blue. Take this, dry brush a metal over it. You're fucking perfect. You're golden. Get some Space Marines that have been fighting for so long that their equipment has started to rust. Maybe you could have a story, like a visual storytelling. It's one of my favorite parts of this hobby, being able to do that. Maybe they're fighting the forces of Nurgle and their equipment is literally rusting before their very eyes. You could put, like, them on some gross bases or something. Maybe they're fighting the Hrud. What are the Hrud, I hear you ask? They are aliens who can control time. You can't shoot them. Why? Because your bolter casings and shells will just turn to ash before they actually reach their target. Oh, chat, I started watching a video. Sorry, talking about Warhammer and the horrible atrocities that the Imperium does, and thinking about it. And specifically, like, the Hrud. And, like, how, like, some very scary Xenos out there. There are some people online who say something to the effect of... And obviously it's not that serious because it's talking about a fictional setting, but still, like, there are some, like, things that people say that I don't know if they exactly mean. I was watching a video by, I think, Aegon of Astora was the username. And it was specifically talking about, and also massive spoilers for Elden Ring. I'm not going to talk about them, but, like, if you're going to watch this video, there are massive Elden Ring spoilers in there. It's talking specifically about the community reaction to the Elden Ring DLC. More specifically, you find out the reason why a certain character does some things, and this video is, like, going into, like, it's, and obviously, like, I appreciate him going, like, literally the Elden Ring community is so large, so, like, generalizing it to this is like, ridiculous. Don't do that. But also, it is concerning how many posts, I haven't finished it, but it is concerning how many posts started with, yeah, genocide is wrong, but, and I'm like, ooh, like, you know, I guess, like, I think it's a really cool look into the, like, how the fan base of certain settings will look at things like that. And talking about the Crud just now made me think of that, where, like, there are sometimes really scary aliens out there in the world of Warhammer, and you have sometimes Imperium fanboys coming by and going like, see, this makes the Imperium completely justified. And all I can really think of is, like, completely justified for going to this creature or alien species' natural habitat and going like, haha, this is ours now? Colonization? That, it's very interesting. It's a very British mindset of you to have. It's a very American mindset of you to have that. The mega arachnids. They were just vibing on their planet. They weren't even bothering anybody. And Horus was like, we gotta kill them all. Fuck it. Interex come by going like, we literally, like, put so many warning signs around this place. How the fuck did you not see the sign? No. Oh no, you're all stupid. That was probably one of my favorite episodes to help write, mostly because you kept my jab about Abaddon as well. Yep. Counterpoint, they're giant spiders. They weren't bothering anybody! This is my point. It's like, you walk into a fucking lion's den and you're upset that there's fucking lions in there. I'm not saying you specifically, chatter. I'm talking about, like, Imperium fanboys going like, but these are our worlds. No, the fuck they're not. Go away. Where's my tiny brush? I'd like to edge highlight the inner knee pauldrons. These parts. Okay. Next step. before we do our overall wash, we need to base coat better the white helmets, because you can't really see it, but they are a little spotty just in the back there. Like you can kind of see it. You get the idea. We're just going to make sure that it's all base coated and nice. Seeing a planet full of giant murder spiders and just putting warning signs all around it before going on is a really base thing to do, actually. It's fucking... What is it? This sign won't stop me because I can't read! That's the Imperium. They weren't bothering anybody when Horus arrived, but they were definitely bothering people beforehand. That's because I walk up to a hornet's nest, I poke it. Ah! These wasps are attacking me! Ah! Ah! What have I done to deserve such a fate? We must kill them all! Did they make the signs in binary / use universal signs of danger? I like to imagine it was like a giant red exclamation point or just like a like a stop sign, and they were like, Ava, see my message before that one. The Megaractors are sentient, and they did start fucking with other planets. That's why the Interex quarantined them. But what I'm saying is the Interex already dealt with the problem. The Imperium will go like, the slightest obstacle. Kill! They are silly. They are dumb. They are foolish. They are British. Alright, we're gonna thin down some... Oh! My brush got away from me there. Bold titanium white. I'm starting with the back of the heads because I don't care. They're not going to be seen anyway. This brush is kind of dookie, I'm not going to lie. Whatever, the paint is already so thin, it's not really going to matter. I want to do a different method of doing the white helmets. I think what we're going to do is we're going to coat the entire thing in the same wash as the armor. And then, when it's dry, we're going to dry brush the white on top to give it that same texture of the ceramite armor. I think that's going to look a lot cooler. And we'll just say that the first Marine that we painted... Like we said last time. Alright, we're just going to wait for them to dry. Sending you love from my wife, son, and I to you guys. I can't wait for my boy to be old enough to laugh along to your lore videos. Aw, that's very sweet. So, like, this Terminator, this guy here... his armor's gonna end up looking lighter than the rest of theirs. And we're just gonna say that this dude either deployed late or is like a replacement for another guy. Point is, the armor is more new. So like this squad might have like lost a brother and they're like, we need a replacement Terminator. So this guy is from another squad or like a backup or something, or just became like qualified to be a veteran, is coming into the field to resupply these fellas. Fellets. He spent more time in the sun and the paint is wearing off. I mean, maybe. He was on the ship in orbit, came down later, or he's just OCD. That's also very Ultramarine. He's just so obsessed with keeping the armor maintained, and his sergeant's like, dude, the Primarch isn't around. He's like, but you don't know. You don't... Brother. focus on him. Brother, you don't know. You don't know that the Primarch might be here in like 10 seconds. You don't know, and you're gonna look so embarrassed. You're gonna look so embarrassed if our Primarch shows up and you don't have the proper equipment maintained. You're gonna look so upset. They're gonna kill you, brother. They're gonna kill you. I think Barghese would be the most aggressive Xenos. I don't know. We finally know what they fucking look like. Okay. It's time for a wash. Do I have one of my cup things? No. I had a dream once where someone was doing an interview with Henry Cavill. Your comment reminded me of this. I had a dream where somebody was doing an interview with Henry Cavill and they were talking about Warhammer. And at one point, here, I'm actually going to do a little more edge highlighting on the Terminator here. Sorry, we're not moving over to the wash just yet, sorry. But I had a dream where he was doing an interview and somebody was talking to him like, oh, what's the next Amazon project? Is it going to be the Horus Heresy? And he looks up and genuinely goes, what's Horus Heresy? I don't know why. I woke up and I like had a smile on my face and I was like, I don't know why that's so funny to me. That'd be so fucking funny. What's a Horus Heresy? Henry Cavill's rage baiting in your dreams. It's way funnier if he genuinely doesn't know. This might happen in the future. It would be so fucking funny. What's your plans for Horus Heresy? What? What is that? We're not looking for perfect edge highlights. We're just looking for edge highlights at all. I just think it would look cool if these armor panels were. Oh, Mark, I literally talk about that quote in the Gilliman episode to emphasize, like, how Ultramarines are tryhards. And he looks at Gilliman and he says, "My lord, we are Ultramarines. Isn't trying hard the point of us?" And Gilliman goes, "You know what, son? You got a point." Would I edge highlight a tank? This is a question I've just asked myself out loud. No. Not like this, anyway. Alright, that's fine. We'll see if I end up liking it at the end. Which Primarch should lead a different legion better than their own? Gilliman could lead every single legion if they listened to him. And he would do it efficiently. Gilliman has a theory when the Primaris Marines start to get made. He has a theory that the intention of the legions was that they all fight together. And the scattering of the Primarchs ultimately was the result of why that didn't happen, obviously. But in that scenario, I bet the Primarchs would be, like, working together way more often. And they would be able to do their own specializations. Okay. Now we move on to our wash stage. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to use the paint, if I can find it. Is it even over here? It is. It's literally right in front of my face. Payne's Gray Wash. We're going to mix this pretty equally with Glaze and Wash Medium from Pro Acryl. We're pretty much just going to mix it 1-to-1, but we got to mix them up. Do you ever listen to music while you're painting or researching? And if so, who? I mean, we're listening to music right now. It's just kind of quiet. brush. I want a big brush for this. My bad for a dumb question. It's not a dumb question. It's a question. There are no dumb questions. Okay. We will be washing the armor and the white helmets with this. Equal parts Payne's Gray Wash, Glaze and Wash Medium from Pro Acryl. Water. Where's the brush I was going to use? Ah, hell. We'll use this one. I'm gonna do a little more water. Good morning, my love. Good morning. How'd you sleep? Here we go. Okay, we're gonna leave that alone for a second. Move on to Marine 2. We'll leave that to dry for a little bit longer. Slept okay, weird dreams. How about you? I slept pretty good. Okay. Leave him to dry. We're gonna do something a little unconventional for the face. You'll see what I mean when we get there. Woo! We're fine. We're gonna base coat in this elderflower. We're gonna base coat his face in that. We're gonna probably dry brush skin tone on top of that. Highlight with a lighter tone, and then wash it with Gilliman Flesh. And we'll see how that looks. Is it just me that the music disappears occasionally? What do you mean? Between you talking, the sound goes completely off for some reason. Sometimes. Yeah, occasionally the song switches, but I don't think that's what you're talking about. We have about 30 minutes left. We're going to go a little over because we're waiting for these to all dry, and then we're going to do the head, and then we'll probably wrap up there. got Kita on my leg. She's stealing your heat. Chat, what did we decide on the skin tone? We're gonna base it with this, but I gotta know what skin tone we're going for. Orc, no, wrong. Tan. Okay. If we're going tan, then I know black dude. I think it landed on black. Hold on. So we're talking like this. Obviously, it'll be more highlighted than that. Little lighter than that, dude? Okay. I can work with that. Hold on. Let me see what I have. I found it. I'm gonna use Dark Oath Flesh instead of Gilliman Flesh. This one's like way warmer tone. It's for darker skin tones. Here, I'll mix. Well, they look kind of similar in the pot, but as you can see, the pigment, it's a little more orange and red. You'll see. Okay, how should we do this? We're gonna base it with this. No, we're gonna go dark. If we're gonna go darker, we need a darker shadow. This should be fine. We'll go moldy wine. And considering it's a contrast paint, moldy wine. We can experiment. Let's experiment with this. Paperclip, paperclip, paperclip. Okay. Should come out easy now, right? There we go. There we go. To the waiter. Do you happen to have regular wine? Moly wine's one of my favorite colors. It's what we're gonna make the Demon Prince. It's gonna be great. Okay. Let's conduct the experiment. I'm gonna wait for that to dry. Coming along great. It just wiped it away. No! Fuck! Okay. I think that looks pretty good. For kind of like a tan dark skin. I think it's pretty good. Let's do that. We just have to wait for him to dry. Waiting for paint to dry. I'm gonna run, but I do very much enjoy popping into these morning streams. Thank you. What color the missile pod's gonna be? Red. Red. Red makes sense. Oh, we should glue Iron Warrior Buddy's backpack back on. It fell off somehow. We'll probably just super glue it. The Missile Pod's comment just reminded me I've only ever painted one mini in Iron Warrior's colors. It's a Reaper Space Mouseling? Mouseling? Oh, a mouse person. I see. Make the missiles checkerboard. No. Ooh. I see some nasty pooling there. Just gonna... Let's start basing the head. It's about time. I just gotta be careful where I'm holding the model. We'll dry brush Tomb King Tan on top of that with my smallest dry brush, which is this one. We're basically just gonna very lightly go doing our very best to avoid the blue armor. We'll see how it goes. Eight minutes till 1. I know, we're gonna go a little over. We're just gonna finish this head. We'll finish them tomorrow. The average Space Marine reaction when you tell them that genocide is bad. Hey, but this is not a rage bait question. If GW made female Space Marines canon, but only for Chaos Space Marines, would you be for or against? That already happened. In the Fabius Wild trilogy, you can see she's not an Astartes, but she wears Space Marine armor and she leads her own warband. She is an Astartes in all but name. But if they made it only canon for Chaos, like, I don't know. I feel like that feels weird. You know what I mean? I mean, who's good in 40k? But like, to make female Astartes canon with the faction that literally like eats babies for fun is like. That can be looked at like, ooh, you know. Astartes are cannibals universally. No. Like, you're misunderstanding the point. Like, not from an in-universe perspective, from a perspective of PR in our world. Female Astartes are canon. It's the evil faction. Like, that can potentially be really, really bad for marketing. Like, yeah, Carrie raises a great point. Like, the Imperium is by far, like, the protagonist of the, of the setting. And so if you make, like, oh, yeah, there are women Astartes, they're the antagonists of the protagonists. They're, like, the arch enemy. And it's like, ooh, uh-oh. Let me do a comparison for you right now. Let's do a comparison right now. Like, this is going off the hypothetical that Space Marines being ladies are, like, only a thing for chaos. Let's do this thought experiment. Okay, little kid. Hey, kid. Oh, do you want to be you want to play an army that has girl Space Marines? Well, you have to play these one. Now, you don't have to, but you understand the logic here. Look, these ones, the ones that aren't, like, all demony and, like, have knives and shit, they're the ones that are only the boys, and these ones can be girls. The ones that, like, impale people on spikes for fun? From a PR stance, that doesn't look good. It feels, I'm not saying it is, it feels similar to when there are people out there who go like, oh yeah, anything that is remotely related to sex or queerness automatically has to do with Slaanesh, which is like, let's break that down. Why do you feel that way? Which is why, like, whenever there is representation of queer stuff in other factions, you see, like, a very loud minority of people going like, what is this Slaaneshi bullshit? Like, shut the fuck up. Why are you associating gay people or people who are, like, of other skin tones automatically as, like, this is heresy? Because that says a lot more about you than anything else. Right now we get the nuns, the ladies that don't talk, or the other game altogether. Yep. The other better game. No, but in the sci-fi thing, it's like, do you want your lady rep? It's not the poster faction. It's some other shit. It's the much harder to paint faction, the much more fragile faction. It's the faction that, frankly, is just all around, in terms of power scaling, much worse. I bet people didn't cry about female Stormcast. Well, GW made the great decision to establish right away that Stormcast can be any fucking buddy from any fucking race. Who cares? That was the best decision they made. Because I think, and this is not me claiming anything, I think GW is fully aware of the misstep of having, like, the poster box faction be only men. I think they understand that. Now, with that said, we always talk about these, and I like having these conversations, but I need to remind people that ultimately my stance is completely neutral, personally speaking. If GW comes out tomorrow and says, Astartes cannot be women, it's not a thing, we're never doing it. Okay, sure, whatever. If they come out tomorrow and go, female Space Marines, totally canon, it's happening right now. Cool, awesome, great, I'm for it. But, like, I don't know. From everything GW has done and the direction that they've been moving, especially with their wording of certain things, and especially whenever this conversation comes up, especially in regards to the recent, like, Custodes stuff, they have always remained the stance of, even if something is not written in text, who cares? Do what you want. That's the company that makes the fucking game saying that. Just show me the penis port and I'll stop asking why. Yeah. We'll wait for that to dry. I like my heads to look a little dirty. You know what I mean? Like, why would he be clean? It's actually a lot less dark than I thought it was going to be. Like, he's definitely tanned, but we'll wait for it to dry and see what it looks like. Wait, dog, Space Marine? I think Tom is talking about the, talking about the Wolfen, which are werewolf Space Marines. Thank you for the 5. There are no female Primarchs or Astartes because then Slaanesh would grow too powerful too quickly. The galaxy would immediately implode. Okay, I'm not claiming that you're saying anything, but you do realize that in saying that you are immediately associating women with sex, right? And you are also immediately associating them with the god of, like, debauchery and hedonism, which I'm not saying you're saying this, but on the surface could look not great. I'm not saying you've said that, but with that thought, you can understand. Like, if GW said that, let's go back to the example that started this. Let's go back. Let's say GW said exactly what you wrote there. That would look really bad as a PR move. If I was GW's PR and they wrote that, I'd be like, ah! Why did you say that? Is what I just said. It says a lot more about the person. I'm not coming for you. I'm not coming for you. But the people who come by and say things like, queer people Slaanesh, or women Slanesh. That says so much more about them, where you, not you, the person who wrote this, it says way more about these people that you see online viewing women not as people, but rather as innately sexual objects who are just like, I guess, immediately associated with the god of, like, Hellraiser shit. Same thing with queer people. And frankly, as somebody who is part of the LGBTQ, like, I frankly am sick of that association, because what the fuck? I'm a normal fucking person. I was being flippant about that, but talking about Space Wolves and their various wolf units, they turn into dogs. Oh, that's true. That's true. The reality of the situation is that when the lore was established for Space Marines only being men... Well, I guess I fucked up. You didn't fuck up! That's why I kept saying, I'm not saying you said anything. I'm saying this thought process. I appreciate your apology, but I'm saying you did not do anything wrong. We're talking about this talking point. We're talking about this talking point. You didn't say anything. We're having a conversation about something that you said. I'm not saying, like, go fuck yourself. I'm not saying that. We're chill. We're okay. But you might ask yourself, well, where did this whole, like, Space Marines are only men thing come from anyway? I'll tell you. It comes from the outdated and incredibly inaccurate suggestion that men are innately more powerful than women biologically, which is a ridiculous thing to fucking say. And goes into, like, you have to remember that Warhammer 40k started in the fucking 80s. So it's really... But again, this all doesn't really have much of a point, because as we've seen in recent years, GW has moved more and more and more away from saying, like, here's the hard and fast rules of Astartes. They kind of are looking at it going like, eh. But I feel like, looping back to the original statement that Mark was talking about, I feel like doing anything other... Because there's two paths in my mind. Either A, you outright deny it and just go, no, it's not happening. Okay, great. Another path is... Well, there's a couple paths. Another path is you go, yes, you can do whatever you want. It's totally possible. And, like, you just say that. And they've said that in not those exact words, but have essentially said, yeah, if you they have essentially said, if you want Astartes, who gives a shit? And... The other path is they go a different route and go Space Marine. They really, really, really emphasize Space Marines aren't even human, which is something that is very well established. But Space Marines aren't even human. They do not have the same biology as us, and like GW just reinforces time and time and time again, like, they're not even male. That's not a man. That is a fucking Space Marine. They're like their own thing now. They're like their own gender. It's interesting. If men were allowed to be sororitas, their sheer overwhelming uncontrollable rage would cause Khorne to murder everyone. I mean, like, the thing is, like, it ultimately is something that is limiting a hobby that is based around creativity. And so when I do see people making Space Marines that happen to be ladies, and I see them online, and ultimately there will always be a couple comments going like, meh, oh, this isn't canon. Or they say some shit like, heresy, blah, 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 like stupid shit like that. It fucking irks me. And it irks me because it's just like, you are looking at something somebody is doing. You're looking at a piece of art that somebody has made, and you're going, this is bad because of my own subjective view of this setting. It's fucking dumb. You gotta keep lore in your head. It was a parody. I know it's a parody. I'm going off what you're saying to establish my point further. To put a limit on creativity, you gotta keep lore in your head, not as hard rules, but as a guideline. You gotta keep it as a guideline. Nobody in this chat has said anything wrong. You are not. I'm not over here calling you you're a fucking bigot. I'm not saying that. We're having a conversation about this, and I am using your comment as a jumping off point to establish my points. He looks so much dirtier on camera. Hold on. That's more accurate to what he looks like, kinda. How do you feel about that skin tone, chat? I like it. We could go a little darker. Vivi says darker. Mark, you were the one really gunning for tan. Looking sunny. I'm afraid and think that if they do female Marines under currently corporate understanding and fear of outbursts from the community, they won't make female Space Marines butch enough. I think Femme Marines are gonna... Well, we already saw what Custodians look like with their refresh. Like, they just kind of have longer hair, maybe. Maybe slightly softer features, but in terms of, like, head scaling and everything like that, like, it looks like this. You want to know what a Femme Marine looks like? It looks like this, but, like, maybe the cheeks are a little rounder. And even then... Women should be able to join Dorn's poop feast too. That's true. That's true. The Custodians thing was done wrong. If they made it this way, all Custodians were men. But then there was a big battle in Earth, and a lot of them died. So here comes Call with new tech. Okay. The only thing people have to really cling on to the whole, like, they retcon the thing. Literally, employees, I think it was Aaron Debsky-Bowden, straight up said, oh yeah, when I was writing Master of Mankind and the Custodians were starting to come out, I had a lady in there, and corporate said, ooh, no, you need to change that because the models are already made and they're all dudes. That's the only reason. Hasn't GW always done retcons like that? All the fucking time! It's weird that the community, I understand I'm generalizing, but the community, and by what I mean is a very loud vocal minority of bigots, only get upset when the retcon has to do with either people having other skin tones, or are women, or are gay. Very weird that they only focus on those ones. Did you see how fast people moved on from the whole, like, fucking Wraithbone thing? They have not been female for 30 years. 30 years? Who fucking cares? Like, who cares? They weren't ladies before. Now they are. Cool. We're playing with toys. Didn't GW insist it was not a retcon? No. GW's never said it's not a retcon. They just said, yeah, the new lore is that there's always been lady Stodies. At that point, I think the community got political towards that were loud. So, yeah, culture war freaks. Culture war freaks who come by and they go, oh, well, I just hate women. Like Mark left. Let's make the skin a little darker. We could do another coat, but I think that'll just, like, enforce the color. I care. I have played since 1992, and GW told me I was stupid. This is like the Church of England going all heresy mode. When did... Okay, are you saying GW personally called you stupid? Like, I don't understand. Like, I don't know why you care so much about this. In the sense that it bothers you. Why does it bother you that there are now ladies in your little plastic toy faction? Oh no, some of their heads will be different. We're gonna put a very thin coat of Sigor Brown on the head. A very, very, very thin coat. Ava, please list other retcons that nobody cared about. Let me think. People were upset about the Wraithbone thing. And also the Grey Knights, we found out what's inside the secret box. But you know what? I haven't heard people talk about that. Like, after a week, those retcons were shown. And it's been, like, what, 2, maybe 3 years now since the Femstodes thing, and people still won't shut the fuck up about it. Squigs used to be Tyranids. There used to be Necrons that were a Chaos... They weren't even Necrons. They were fucking Chaos androids. Necrons used to be completely mindless from the top down and worship the Cathay as gods. That got completely fucking changed in 5th edition. It's always been super normal. Marnie's Calgar used to have a Tyranid as a pet? I didn't even know about that one. That's hilarious. Retcons have always been a normal thing in the long-standing series. It's only recent culture war bullshit that has made it a problem with Backlash. It's fake Backlash, too! Like, that's the thing that fucking gets me. It's so fake. Dude, if Calgar had a fucking Carnifex pet, that'd be awesome. He does this shit. He's like, go, my Carnifex! Go, my Chudling! Half Eldar Space Marines. Yep. Half Eldar Navigator Librarians. The Primarchs. All of the Horus Heresy! That's a retcon. These are all retcons. You know what fucking Civil War mattered before the Horus Heresy? The Badab War. Now that's some real shit. I also don't understand people getting upset about the Femstodes thing now that they're actually models because, like, frankly, just don't buy them. Like, nobody's gonna force you to buy them. And even if you do buy them, like, I can't control myself. GW is making me put the female head on. What is happening to me? Space Marines used to be cops. It's true. Open the Dark Millennium box. It says Sons of Noble Houses Return to Custodes. Okay, open up an earlier edition. It says Squigs are Tyranids. So now what? Do you base all of your lore based on outdated books? What have you lost by women being included? This is a good question. What have you lost? I don't think you have answered our question, chatter. Why does it bother you so much? Yeah, it's changing, and I know change is very scary, but why specifically this? Why does this bother you so much? Why does the addition of women, not the exclusion of men, why does that bother you so much? Do you care that Marnius Calgar is no longer just a torso with a head? Does that bother you? Because they retcon that. Does that... Are you gonna be upset when they retcon something inevitably next edition? As upset as you are about this? He was what? He was a nugget, bro. Ava, why'd you show a random captain? True. My mistake. Whoa. Things are going to change in a series. I just find it odd that out of all the changes, the ones that people seem the most upset about involve women, queers, or people of color. Those are the ones that people are most upset about. The most vocally upset. I find that very strange. It matters because I have seen what changes like that end like in comics, in movies, in books, in D&D. Elaborate. What are you talking about? Be specific. What does that mean? Be very specific. What about Warhammer has changed now that there are women in the Custodes? Let's dry brush these helmets and wrap up. Where's my white? Where is my white? There it is. I'm gonna use this flat brush. It's funny that people with this mindset will say that these series are destined to fail as they add minorities and women and whatever. And then you check the profits and they've never been more profitable because more people are getting into it because they go, oh shit, insert character or insert faction, that looks like me. Oh my god, representation? That's crazy. Do you know how many people got more into custodians? How many women got into custodies as an army? Because it's like, oh my god. Finally, I can be a super soldier. Like, people that look like me. That is a question of what changed in the Church of England after the appointment of the newest bishop of the century type. It literally breaks the lore. I am gay. My beloved here. I don't care. Answer the question. What about the inclusion of women bothers you so much? Answer my question. I don't care if you're gay. Me too, bro. Like, fucking... Marvel started turning every hero gay and everything sucks now. That's because of capitalism, you fucking idiot! Oh no, oversaturation! What's the common denominator? Is it the fact that companies need more and more money and things will never end because everything needs to be a franchise? No, it's surely the gay people! It's the women being added. I apologize for calling you a fucking idiot. You're getting me heated, brother. You're not answering my question. What does the inclusion of women in a fantasy setting, why does that make you upset? Why do you correlate more characters, more minorities being included into series with, oh, I guess it's about to fail now? Do you understand how silly that is to say? Much better. More textured than this fella here. Which even goes more into the idea that this dude is brand new, which is fun. Women used to not be allowed to vote, then that was changed and got it better for everyone. They retconned voting? I'm gonna freak out. What do you mean they retconned voting? It breaks 3 decades of lore, 3 decades. On top of that, how it was done. Who cares? You still have not answered the question. You keep going, but it's a retcon. It's a retcon. It's a retcon. Why are you laser focused on that one? Are you upset by every single retcon that happens? You keep falling back to, but it's a retcon, but it's a retcon. But you're not understanding the context of what we're talking about, which is, and the question we keep asking is, why is it that the inclusion of women, and again, not the exclusion of men, just inclusion, why does that bother you so much? And you keep going back to, well, it's a retcon, it's a retcon. But you have not claimed that any other retcon bothers you this much. So I don't know why you're so laser focused on specifically the women. Oh my god, didn't even fucking come across my fucking mind. The goddamn squats. The Leagues of Votann. Oh yeah, all the Space Dwarves fucking died. Lol, JK, no they didn't. Lol, 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 they're actually totally fine. They're around here now. They're at the center of the galaxy. Are you upset that Leagues of Votann exist as an entire faction? Are you upset about Primarchs? Are you upset about Squigs? Are you upset about Tyranids? The Ultramarine Librarian used to be half Eldar. You keep going, I've been here, I've been in this fan base for 3 decades, and this change really bothered me. But you haven't mentioned a single other fucking change. And you keep laser focusing on, but I don't like the women thing. Just say the quiet part out loud, brother. Like, we know. We know. We're done with our Terminators, chat. We're done for today. I will show them all off now. We got the blue armor done. Very happy how it came out. They look great. Let's do a comparison with the new guy. You can see that new guy is way brighter because we dry brushed the white blue way heavier. But these guys are way similar now to what Calgar looks like. Let's look at the Sergeant. Tomorrow morning we'll be back to finish them up probably. We gotta do the metallics, the red helmet on the Sergeant. Sarge's skin is a little more different. Looks, you know what? Make it a bit darker. Good call. He looks way better. Here's this Termi. Very cool. Nobody told you you were stupid. I did. Are you saying you specifically need an in-lore explanation for the change? If so, I understand, but why specifically for this change as opposed to all the other changes that have also changed 30 years of lore? I agree. I agree with you, Carrie. What did you say? Because women should... Whoa, 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 whoa. Because women should not be included in the Custodies the way it was done. As in, GW came out and told all of us that we were stupid for 30 years and that if we didn't like it, Warhammer 40k is not for us. No, they fucking didn't! Source. Source? Source. Give me a source. You are delusional. That did not happen. Look at these helmets. Very, very happy with the helmets. I'm going to do this for all the white helmets. They look so fucking good. That wash along with the helmets and the armor, like same wash for both these things. Like, yes, that looks awesome, man. You know, you know what? Let's be a little devious. Let's glue in a... Well, no, because there's still some details on the helmet we need to do. No, we're wrapping up. We're wrapping up. Tradition is what keeps civilization exist over time. Without tradition, you have nothing. If everything can be changed, then nothing matters. Oh my god, shut the fuck up. Oh my god. What the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? That we're Brother, we're talking about toys. We're talking about toys. We're talking about books made to sell toys. What are you talking about? Great Terminators, by the way. Thank you. I can't wait to finish them tomorrow. We used to be a society. True. I know they use the "you will not be missed" quote for the "don't wear racist symbols at tournaments," but that quote is part of the box set canon you hold so dear. Society will collapse if GW doesn't remove women from the Custodies. It's the same conversation again and again and again. It's just looping. You... Chatter, you have added nothing to the conversation. You have not answered a single question. I'm sorry to tell you, because I don't know if anybody's told you this before. You are a bigot. You need to analyze yourself, your bigotry, and please grow and change as a person. You're using just circular reasoning. We keep going back to the same exact shit because you keep saying, I don't like this retcon. We go, why don't you like that retcon? Well, it changed 30 years of lore. Well, lots of things have changed in 30 years of lore, so why does this one particularly bother you? Well, they changed 30 years of lore. Okay, what? And we're just going around and around and around and around. We will see in 20 years. Oh my fucking god, you're such a loser. I'm sorry, you're such a fucking loser. I'm not gonna ban you though. Mods, don't ban him. I want to keep him as a little pet. Anyway, thank you all for coming by. I'm gonna go eat some food, probably. I am quite hungry. Anyway, have a good time, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow to finish our Terminators. Yo, tonight we're playing more Elden Ring. Come on by. Oh, by the way, Mr. Bigot, if you come into our Elden Ring chat to complain about this, I will ban you, because then you're just being fucking annoying. But you should come by tomorrow so we can talk about this more. Anyway, have a good time, everybody. Love you. Bye. I fought for gay rights in Eastern Europe as a gay man, and you call me a bigot. Yes, you are a fucking bigot. I don't give a fuck if you're gay. Gay people can be bigoted. You are misogynistic. You are a bigot. Don't ban him, though. Keep him as a pet. Bye, everybody.